bracket, and hopefully we can get more racing in before the next challenge comes through. So just bear with us. over. Here we go. Once again, get this thing going. Alright, so here it is with 3:10 a.m. My car is into round one. So down. We need to join the car. Want to be here Sunday morning. So let's get this thing going. Charlie back in the lane, just make sure we get him back in the lane as quick as we can. Pull it through, let's keep it through right along. Alright, here we go. Off the back. Go ahead and get him with the full time, track 726 miles, 95 right back. Yeah, red light start there by Chris Lee. Going to give Dawson Bass the automatic red light. Bass goes through the 729 and 92 miles an hour. And we can play that with the 727 734 on. Okay, we got a clean green light starting over in both lanes. Alright, Bill Waller coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 660 to dial in for the 84 Ford Ranger. He's out of Raceway, Florida. Coming up against Dan Warren out of Melbourne, 660 is his dial in also in the 85 S10. So we got a heads up run here. Let's see who's going to advance into round two and who has to pay to get back into it. Alright, here we go. They're staged up, ready to go. We got a clean green light starting both lanes. One of them is real good and one of them is dead late. And your win light's going to come on over there for Bill Waller as he goes 667 on his 660. He was 009 on the tree. Dan Warren breaks out on the 654 on his 660. His reaction time starts with a 1. All right, Dick Webster coming up next out of Citrus Springs, Florida, the Chevy Nova. It's got a 7 flat dial in. Going up against Brett Veneman over here in the Budweiser lane. 834 is the dial in for the 06 GTO out of Jacksonville. And red light start there for Brett Veneman. It's going to give Dick Webster the automatic win. Webster goes 685 on that 7 flat. He'll need to work on that. Brett goes dead on with a 1. Fortunately, he was 028 too soon on the tree. Chad King coming up next. 797 to dial in for the Pontiac Firebird out of Gainesville. He'll go up against D. Lictio here in the Budweiser lane. 664 the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro. And red line start for D. Lictio is going to give Chad King the automatic win. And Chad goes through with an 801 on that 797 dial in. D went through with a 672 on his 664. Mark Dell coming up next. 664 is the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Middleburg. He'll go up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 627 is the dial in for the Melbourne-based S10. Got a clean green light start. Looks like got about 45 pound difference in the starting line. And at the stripe, the wing light's coming off at Aaron Reynolds as he goes 641 on that 627 dial in. As Martinell goes 684 on his 664. Ralph Bratton coming up next. 701 the dial in for the 72 El Camino. He's out of Gainesville. He'll go up against Pete Rugas. He's out of Orange Park, Florida, the 66 Impala. He's got a 668 dialed in on that car. Okay, we got a clean green light start. It looks like got about 31 dial difference in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Ralph Bratton getting the win light here as he goes 709 on that 701 dial in. His Rugas slows to a 691 on his 668. Paul Allen coming up next. 712 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Maverick. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. Going against David Zink out of Ponte Vedra, Florida, the 73 Duster. He's got a 715 dialed in. And a red light start for David Zink. He's going to give Paul Allen the automatic win light. And Paul goes through the 714 on that 712 dial in. Okay, George Emanuel coming up next. 783 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Nova out of High Springs. And here we're up against Marcus Cruz. Cruz is out of McClenny, Florida. He's got an 882 dialed in on the Dodge Challenger. And red line start there by Marcus Cruz is going to give George Emanuel the automatic win. And George goes through with a 786 on his 783 dial in as Marcus goes through with an 880 on the 882 after the red light start. Scott Leon coming up next. He's got a 684 dialed in. He'll be going up against the Chevy Camaro over here. This is car number J272. Real nice start there for Scott DeLeon. It's going to give the automatic win here to the Budweiser lap. I believe that's Trey Butter. And he's going to go through the 804 on that 627 dial in. That's going to bring up Lee Hauser. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. The 71 Dodge Dart is going to be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Clint Wilson out of Providence, Florida, in his 68 Nova. Hey, you got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go, the stripe, and your win light's going to come on down there for Clint Wilson as he goes through with a 697 on a 690 dial in, as Lee Hauser goes out with a 702 on his 698. Ernie Renfro coming up next, 662 the dial in for the 1970 Camaro out of Middleburg. He'll be going up against Leah Tadero over there in the Budweiser lane. 752 is her dial in. She's driving the 74 Chevy van. All right, clean green light starts in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe and the win lights coming on for Leah Tadero. She goes 752.9 on the 752 dial and picks up the win as Ernie's car goes 668 on his 662 dial in. All right, Mike Gaffney coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 726 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. He'll go up against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane. 624 is the dial in for the 68 Chevelle. Chris French is going to get the red light here on a red light start by Mike Gaffney. All right, Jay Dickinson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 863 to dial in for the Dodge Challenger. He'll run up against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. Stutz with a 668 dial in on his 93 Chevy Camaro. And Dan Stutz is going to get the win light here as he goes 675 on a 668 dial in. As Jay Dickinson broke out with an 861 on his 863 dial in. Robert Simpson coming up next. 768 is going to be the dial in for the 1970 Nova out of Jacksonville. Coming up against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. 635 the dial in for the 65 Chevelle station wagon. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Overflow, go to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Let's start making our way into the staging lanes, please. All right, clean start for both of these racers. Here we go. The stripe, it's going to be Simpson getting the win line here as he goes 771 on a 768 dial in. As Mike French goes out with a 637 on his 635. Okay, you guys, an S10 pickup over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, number 214, going up against Keith Collins, Sr. there in Budweiser lane. And it's going to be the pickup truck getting the win line here, 659 on a 48 dial in. They were at a 013 on the tree. Keith Collins was, well, when your reaction time starts with a 0.3, it doesn't bode well for you down on the top end. And he went through the 663 at 101. Craig Hayden coming up next. 624 is going to be the dial in for the AMC over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Here we go up against James Evans. 690 the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. Evans going to get the win line here as he goes 693 on a 690 dial in. As Craig Hayden bows out with a 627 on his 24. Evans had it covered on the Christmas tree as well as he was 25 thou ahead of him on the starting line. Mark Pangillian coming up next, 670 the dial in for the 81 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Melrose. Here we're going against Kevin Roberts. Kevin's got the 69 Camaro out of Hawthorne, 759 is going to be his dial in. And the win light's going to come on from Pangillian as he goes 673 on a 70 dial in. As Kevin Roberts goes out with a 762 on his 759. And your margin of victory shows to be 27 10,000ths of a second. Alright, so here we go to the motorcycles. This is round one of the Super Pro bikes. And we got Mike Likoski coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 555 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. 550 is going to be his dial in. All right, got about 15 pound difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the win line's coming off for Likoski. 563 on a 555 dial in. As Sandy goes out with a 558 on his 550. Likoski better on the Christmas tree with an 014 reaction time to an 039. John Up the Grove coming up next. 584 is going to be the dial in for the bike over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And here we're up against Dwayne Leachman. Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. He's got a 560 dial in. Okay, so we got a clean start for both drivers. Here we go. And the win light's going to come off for Dwayne Leachman. So he goes 565 on a 560 dial in, and Up the Grove breaks out with a 581 on his 584 dial in. Richard Holder coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 560 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. And here we go up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 787 the dial in for the motorcycle out of Palm Coast. clean green light start. And it's going to be Richard Holder hitting the win light here, 568 on a 560 dial in as Jeremy slows to a 795 on his 787. And it looks like your buy run coming up here for Sam Parrish. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro. Y'all should be in the lanes, Super Pro. Need you to the lanes. 1 and 2 with overflow into 3 and 4. Beat Sportsman, the lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Street Bikes, you make your way into lane 7. Street Bikes, lane 7. Once again, looking for the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, the lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Come on down. All right, here we go with round 1 of the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. We got Mark Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Maya Flack's going to be the dial in for the dragster. Then we're going up against Troy Bulker over here in the Budweiser lane. 693 the dial in for the 2000 S10. Takes down to bits. Got a racer in need. Understand Trey Bunner is looking for a Chevrolet distributor. I did not able to find out if it was for a big block or small block, but if you have a extra Chevy distributor, let me know so I can let Trey know. We'll see if it can help him out. Chevrolet distributor. Trey Bunner is looking for one if you got somebody can help him out. All right. Charles Racer coming up next, 556 the dial in for the dragster out of Callahan. Here we go against Ron Schaefer in the Ford Mustang out of St. Augustine. And Schaefer turns on the red light. He's going to get the automatic win here with Charles Racer. Racer gets into the 553 on his 556 dial in. And Schaefer breaks out by 2 thousandths as well as being red light with an 018. Plays up Derek Punky Brewster. 545 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Blackshear, Georgia. He'll run up against Glenn Newman. Glenn's out of Alachua, Florida, driving the 86 S10 pickup. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. And a red light start there for Punky Brewster is going to give Glenn Newman's automatic win. And Glenn goes through the 648 on his 646 dial in. Derek Brewster went 547 on a 545. Tina Carter coming up next. She's got a 526 dialed in on her dragster. She's over here in the Lucas Oil lane. She's also from Blackshear, Georgia. Running up against John Dwayne. He's out of Jacksonville, Florida. The 68 Camaro got a 610 dialed in. All right, we got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be John Dwayne getting the win light here as he goes 611 on the 610 dial in, picks up the win. Tierra Carter breaks out with a 524 on her 526 dial in. Gavin Hamby coming up next. He's out of Tipton, Georgia, driving the S10 pickup truck over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. Got a 502 dial in. All right, we got a green light starting both lanes, 5 fouls, separate the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and then it's going to be David Hicks getting the red light. He goes 505 on a 502 dial in, and Hamby goes out with a 662 on a 659. Alan Roush Sr. coming up next, 618 the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Joe Pinkston. Pinkston's out of Williston, Florida, driving a 78 Malibu. 56 thou separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Alan Rouse Sr. is going to get the win light here as he goes 624 on a 618 dial in. Pinkston goes out with a 710 on his 708 dial in. Dan Dobson coming up next. 660 is the dial in for the 80 Chevy Monza. He'll run up against John Rollins over there in the Budweiser lane. 619 the dial in for the 72 Nova. $16 separate the two of the starting line, and the stripe it's going to be Rollins getting the win light here. 621 on a 619. As Dobson goes out with a 666 on his 660. Shelby Powell coming up next, 667 the dial in for the 70 Camaro. He's out of Green Cove Springs. Going up against Richard Lindsay from here in Gainesville in his 96 Mustang. Got a 653 dial in. All right, here we go. It's going to be Shorty Powell getting the red light here. 669 on a 67 dial in as Richard Lindsay breaks out with a 651 on his 653 dial in. David Harris coming up next. 487 the dial in for the dragster out of McClenny, Florida. He'll go up against Barry Jones over here in the Budweiser lane. 571 the dial in for the 67 Camaro out of Orange Park. right, 2,000, separate the two at the starting line. Here we go, the stripe. It's going to be Barry Jones getting the win line here. Goes dead on with a 3, was double or 7 on the tree. Puts a 10th out back together. David Harris breaks out with a 486 on his 487. Robbie Little coming up next. Got a 519 dialed in on his track street. He's out of Yulee, Florida. Here we're up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 478 is going to be the dial in for Gary. All right, 11,000 separate the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Robbie Little getting the win line here as he goes 521 on a 19 dial in. Gary runs a little closer to it, 479 on 478, but he was behind on the Christmas tree. And Robbie Little gets the win line by 98 10,000ths of a second. Will Highhouse coming up next. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. 744 is the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. He'll go up against Derek Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 555 is his dial in on the 2000 S10. Started by Highhouse is going to give Derek Vasquez the automatic win. And there he goes through the 552 on his 555 dial in. That'll bring up Dallas Berger next out of Sumner, Georgia. 687 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And here we run up against Billy Dunn from Leesburg over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 473 dial in. Red line started by Dallas Berger is going to give Billy Dunn the automatic win. Dunn goes through the 501 on that 473 dial in as Dallas Berger goes 691 on his 687. Barry Rowell coming up next. 74 Vega out of Nahana, Georgia. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Buddy Goolsby. Goolsby out of Gainesville's got a 662 dialed in on his 91 S10. All right, 18,000 separate the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line is going to come on down there for Barry Rowell. 589 on a 588 dial in. Goolsby goes 663 on his 662. Rowell was ahead of him on the Christmas tree by 17 thousandths. It's going to bring up Luke Galley. Driving the Chevy Vega. He's out of Fort White, Florida. He's got a 685 dial in. And we run up against A.J. Kelly. Over there in the Budweiser lane, 689 is the dial in for the 1970 Volkswagen out of Jacksonville. Okay, they're off and running. You got a 27,000 difference on the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it is going to be Luke Galley getting the win right here. As Luke goes 686 on his 685, as AJ breaks out with a 680 on his 689. Mike Boss Ross coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 578 is going to be the dial in for the 63 Corvette Roadster. Here we're going up against Adam D. Rossett out of Mount Austin, Georgia. 568 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Roadster over there in the Budweiser lane. And it's only double red light start. Adam D. Rossett's going to get the win light as he was on 11 red and another 13 red for Mike Boss. So congratulations there to Adam. He's moving on into the next round. That brings up Todd Austin next. 488 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Tampa. Going up against Bobby Trinnell over there in the Budweiser lane. 535 the dial in for the 33 Ford Roadster out of Fort White. Alright, only 1 mile separate the two in the starting line, and at the stripe it's going to be Adam D. Rossett getting the win light here. Actually, Bobby Trinnell getting the win light there as he goes 536 on this 535 dial in. Austin Logan coming up next. 602 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Brian Jones. 468 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Orange Park. Red light started by Austin Logan is going to give Brian Jones the automatic win. Brian goes 466 on his 468 dial in, but he is moving on into the next round. Michael Carpenter coming up next. He's out of St. Petersburg, Florida. He's got a 611 dial in on the Chevy Vegas station wagon. Here we're up against Jason Graham. Jason's out of Jacksonville, Florida, in his 65 Chevy 2. He's got a 570 dialed in. Yeah, red light start there by Jason Graham. He's going to give Carpenter the automatic red light. Carpenter going to stay with a 609 on his 611 dial in. As Jason Graham went 571 on his 570. We have Travis Logan next. 614 to dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Fort Charlotte, Florida. He'll go up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. 670 is the dial in for the 69 Camaro. Red light start there by D. Lichty is going to give Travis Logan the automatic red light. As he goes through with a 607 on that 614. And D also went quick with a 668 on his 670. Victor Adams coming up next. 666 the dial in for the 89 Pontiac Firebird. He's out of Gainesville. He'll be going up against Dan Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 548 is going to can be the dial in for the 1940 Willys. Okay, got a green light start. Looks like I got about 12 miles separated to the starting line, and it's going to be Darren Stutz getting the win light here. 5:51 on his 5:48 dial in. It's going to give him the win light as Victor breaks out with a 6:55 on his 6:66 dial in. So we have Trey Bunner next. 4:87 the dial in for the dragster over there at Budweiser in the Lucas Oil lane. Here we're going up against Jamie Kelly. Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane's got a 5:91 dial in. And red light started by Jamie Kelly. He's going to give Trey Bunner the automatic win. And Trey goes through the 484 on his 487 dial in. Tony Morris coming up next. 475 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Winter Garden, Florida. Here we go up against John Connick. Connick's out of Ocala. He's driving a little Chevy Monza over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got 726 dialed in on that car. Red light start for Tony Morris. He's going to give Connick the automatic win. And Connick goes through too quick, but that's not going to matter with the red light start by Morris. Andrew Lindsay coming up next. 681 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Alachua. Then we go up against Keith Collins. Collins out of Keystone Heights got a 572 dial in. Coming up next, 450, going to be the dial in over there in the Lucas Oil lane. They're going against Mike Bennett over here in the Budweiser lane. 710 is going to be his dial in. All right, attention in defense, junior dragsters, need to start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds will be in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and over in lane 1. Junior dragster, start making your way to the lanes, please. Okay, the win light's going to come on down there for Mike Bennett as he goes 712 on a 710 dial in. The Luke Hawthorne bows out with a 452 on his 450. Bennett was actually better on the Christmas tree as well as he was 029 to Hawthorne's 043. Ken Grant coming up next. 624 is the dial in for the 73 Nova. He's out of Ty, Georgia. He's going up against Craig Spell over there in the Budweiser lane. 645 will be his dial in. Red light started by Ken Grant. It's going to give Craig Spell the automatic win. Spell goes through the 647 on a 45 dial in. Grant breaks out with a 620 on his 624. Andrew Kaiser coming up next. He's out of Green Cove Springs. He'll run over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 529 is going to be his dial in. We'll go up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 454 is the dial in for Hicks. Yeah, red light start there by Kaiser is going to give Hicks the automatic red light, and Hicks goes on dead on with a 5 and gets the win. Jim Barbera coming up next. 555 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Here we going up against James Bennell over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 574 dial in. All right, Mike Bonacci coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 520 the dial in for the dragster out of Ocala. We're going against Glenn Nimmons over here in the Budweiser lane. 647 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Alachua. And we got a good clean green light start. 9 miles separating the two at the starting line, and the wind light's going to come off of Bonacci as he goes dead on with a 5 with a 007 reaction time. Puts a 12-mile pack together. Glenn was 016, breaks out with a 645 on his 647. All right, Ben Matt's coming up next. 777 the dial in for the 65 Chevelle. He is out of Gainesville. And here we run up against James Cavanaugh out of Melbourne. 475 the dial in for the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 3,000 to separate the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be James Cavanaugh getting the red light here, 478 on 475. And Ben Matz goes to a 787 on his 777 dial in. Bill Highhouse coming up next. 480 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Middleburg. He'll go up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 506 is his dial in. right, 16,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. High House gets the win light. 491 on a 480. Higgs car slows to a 570 on a 506 dial in. All right, Mike Gaffney coming up next. 728 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. Here we go up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. 5 flat, the dial in for the dragster out of Callahan. All right, 14,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And the win light's coming off for Horton. 5 flat with it. He goes dead on 1 and picks up the win as Gaffney breaks out by 4 thousandths. Alan Roush Sr. coming up next. 619 is going to be the dial in for the 2000 Chevy S10. Here we're going against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 503 is going to be his dial in. All right, 6,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Alan Roush Sr. getting the win light here. 621 on a 619 dial in as Hicks breaks out with a 5 flat on his 503 dial in. And a rear buy right here for Mark Daniels. 498 is going to be his dial in. All right, once again, looking for my junior dragsters. Junior dragsters needed to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older, lane 1. Sportsmen, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. All right, here we go to the motorcycles. I got Chuck Wallop coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 620 is going to be his dial in. Going against Tom Moats out of Ocala. 690 will be the dial in over there in the Budweiser lane. And a red light start there from Moats is going to give Chuck Wallop the automatic win. Chuck goes through the 628 on his 620 dial in as Moats slowed to a 723 on his 690. Dwayne Schmidt Sr. coming up next. 550 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Jeremy Davis out of Palm Coast, Florida. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 791 dialed in. Red light start there for Dwayne Schmidt. It's going to give Jeremy Davis the automatic win. And Davis went through the 865 on that 791 dial in. All right, looks like that's going to wrap up that round of the street bikes as we're now going to round number 1 of sportsmen. And your first pair out, we're going to have Dan Salyers coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 868 is going to be his dial in, driving the 71 Monte Carlo. And Brett Benneman from Jacksonville, his 06 GTO will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 834 is his dial in. Okay, attention to the pits, the Ron's Automotive Pro Eliminator to lanes 3 and 4 for round 2. Ron's Automotive Pro Eliminator, need you back to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 2. Start making your way to the lanes, please. Red light start there by Salyer. This is going to give Brett Benman the automatic win. And Benman goes through with a 834-1 on his 834 dial in, so a good run there for Brett. I'll bring up Jeff Barrier next. 787 the dial in for the Dodge Charger, going up against Timothy Kohler out of Williston, Florida. 737 the dial in for the Challenger. And Barrier is going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 793 on a 787 dial in. Kohler breaks out with a 726 on his 737 dial in. That'll bring up John Lamdola next. 708 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Challenger over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Bart Pangillian over here in the Budweiser lane. 815 is the dial in for Pangillian. Okay, win light's coming off for Bart. He goes 816 on that 815 dial in. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 7 flat the dial in for the 90 model Chevy pickup truck. He's out of Lake Butler. He'll be going against Kevin Roberts over there in the Budweiser lane. 763 is his dial in. Red light started there by Kevin Roberts. Gives Bob Hoxton the win light. Hoxton's 017 goes 691 on a 7 flat. All right, let's go bring up Chad King next. 8 flat the dial in for the 94 Pontiac Firebird out of Gainesville. He'll run up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. 7 flat the dial in for the 68 Nova. He's out of Providence, Florida. Okay, 3 fouls separating the two at the starting line. And Budweiser lane, Clint Wilson gets the win light here as he goes dead on with a 0. 7 flat with a 0. He's 023 on the tree, gets the win light here. Chad King goes dead on with a 6. He was 027 on the tree. Robert Simpson coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 770 dialed in. He'll be going against the Mercedes over here in the Budweiser lane. 735 is the dial in. Don't have that driver's information handy here. All right, that green light starts in both lanes. And Robert Simpson's going to get the win light here as he goes 776 on his 70 dial in. And the Mercedes goes out with a 747 on its 735 dial in. Marcus Cruz coming up next. 882 the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. He's out of McClenny, Florida. He'll be going up against Amber Matz over here in the Budweiser lane. 756 is her dial in the Chevy Camaro. Okay, Marcus Cruz is going to get the win light here on a double red light start. And Marcus goes through an 878 on his 882. And went 753 on her 756. And Marcus was 033 red, Amber was 038 red. Jay Dickinson coming up next, 859 the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. He's out of St. George, Georgia. Going up against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane, 851 the dial in for the Blazer. Red light started by Dickinson. It's going to give Harsh the automatic win. And Harsh goes through with an 837 on his 851 dial in. Mitchell Gunner coming up next. 820 will be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of Stark, Florida. Going up against Dallas Berger over there in the Budweiser lane. 783 is his dial in. Driving the 68 Nova. He's out of Sumner, Georgia. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Dallas Berger getting the win line here as he goes through with a 789 on his 783 dial in. He was 001 on the tree. Gunner was 079. He goes 819 with a 4 on 820 dial in. And it looks like your buy run coming up here for Monica Roberts. She's got a 793 dialed in. And Monica goes through with a 797 on her 793. She was 086 on the tree.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
All right, attention folks, got a lost cell phone out there. Renee's got it down here at the staging, so if you're looking for your cell phone, she said it's got a like Boss 302 Fender on there. That gives you some help on it. She see Renee down at the head of staging, she's got your cell phone. see these facilities. We got Gavin Hamby coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Omega, Georgia, 88S10. Got 661 dialed in. Let's go up against Austin Logan over here in the Budweiser lane. 608 is the dial in for the Camaro out of Port Charlotte, Florida. All right, you got a clean green light start in both lanes. 41 miles separate the two at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Hamby getting the win right here as he goes dead on with an 8 with a 008 reaction time. He puts a 16-mile pack together. Austin was 049. He was pretty much done. And he runs too quick as he goes 607 on his 608 dial in. Andy Lindsay coming up next. 681 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Alachua, Florida. They go up against Travis Logan, 614 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Port Charlotte. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. It's got 50 foul difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Logan getting the win light here. 618 on a 614 dial in, gets the win light here. As Andy slows to a 683 on his 681. Phil Green coming up next, 605 the dial in for the 68 Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. Here we go up against Keith Collins Sr., 640 is going to be the dial in for the 1970 Nova. He's out of Keystone Heights. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And it's going to be Phil Green getting the win light here, 619 on a 605 dial in. Gets the win light. Collins slowed to a 704 on a 640. Mel Reisky coming up next. 639 the dial in for the 2000 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Lecanto, Florida. Going up against John DeWayne from Jacksonville. 611 the dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Jacksonville. Okay, looks like I got about 12 foul difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be John DeWayne getting the win light here as Mel breaks out. That'll bring up Dan Salyers next. 866 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Reddick, Florida, driving the 71 Monte Carlo. We go up against Brett Benneman over here in the Budweiser lane. 834 is the dial in for Brett. And a red light that started there by Dan Salyers is going to give Brett Benneman the automatic win light here. Benneman goes 835 on an 834 dial in. Salyers goes out with an 869 on his 866. David Smith coming up next. 675 is going to be the dial in for the 2000 Ford Mustang out of Orange Park. He'll be going up against Leah Tadero. She's over here in the Budweiser lane. 750 is going to be the dial in for the 74 Chevy van. Now, red light start there for David Smith. Going to give Leah Tadero the automatic win. And Leah goes through with a 751 on her 750 dial in. I'll bring up Dawson Bass next. 729 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Going up against Richard Lindsay out of Gainesville. 651 is going to be his dial in, driving the 96 Mustang. Red line started there for Dawson Bass. Going to give Richard Lindsay the automatic win. And Lindsay's going to go through the 652 on his 651 dial-in. As Dawson Bass actually runs too quick as well as he was 726 on his 29 dial-in. Billy Waller coming up next. 84 Ford Ranger. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Raceway, Florida. Going up against D. Lichty out of St. John's, Florida. His 69 Chevy Camaro. He's got a 670 dial-in. And we got a clean green light start here in both lanes. Looks like 36 now separated the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Waller getting the win light here. 663 on a 660 dial-in. D. Lichty gets dead on with a 0 and cannot get the win light to come on. And margin of victory for Waller is 58 10,000ths of a second. John Landola coming up next. He's in the Dodge Challenger over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 708 is going to be his dial-in. Going up against Chris Lease out of Melrose. 730 the dial-in for the Hurst Holes. And the win light's going to come on for Chris Lease. 735 on the 30 dial-in. Picks up the win as Landola's car slowed to a 728 on its 708 dial-in. Mark Nell coming up next. 664 the dial-in for the S10 pickup truck. He's out of Middleburg. He'll be going against John Rollins over here at the Budweiser lane. 619 is going to be the dial-in for the 72 Nova. All right, got a clean green light start. We've got 30,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, the win light's coming off of Mark Nels. He goes dead on with a 4 with an 014 reaction time. He put an 18,000 back together. John Rollins was 054. He was pretty much out of it at that point. George Emanuel coming up. 787 is going to be the dial-in for the 68 Nova out of High Springs. And he'll be going up against Dick Webster out of Citrus Springs, Florida. 684 the dial-in for the Chevy Nova. Okay, we get green light starts in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be George Emanuel getting the win light here as he gets dead on 5, picks up the win as Dick Webster breaks out with a 681 on his 684. David Zink coming up next. 713 the dial-in for the 73 Duster out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. He'll run up against Mike French over there in the Budweiser lane. 637 the dial-in for the 65 Chevelle station wagon out of Ocala. Okay, we get a clean start. 9,000 separated the two of the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be French getting the win light here on a double breakout. So Mike French moving on into round number 3. That's going to bring up Ralph Blatt. 702 is the dial-in for the 72 El Camino. He's out of Gainesville. And he'll be running against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane. 625 the dial-in for the 68 Chevy Chevelle out of Ocala. Okay, win light's going to come on for Ralph Bratt. He goes dead on 3, picks up the win there as Chris French breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Paul Allen coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the tracks. 715 the dial-in for the 72 Maverick out of Middleburg. He'll go up against Kevin Roberts, Hawthorne, Florida, in his 69 Camaro. He's got a 764 dialed in. We got a clean green light start here. We got 22 thou separating the two in the starting line. At the stripe on a double breakout. Paul Allen is going to get the win light here. So he goes 714 with a 2 on his 715 dial in. And Kevin Roberts goes out with a 761 on his 764. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 727 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. And he'll go up against Pete Rugas out of Orange Park, Florida, his 66 Impala. He's got a 668 dialed in. Oh, Pete just blew the tires off of it. So Gaffney will get the win light here as he goes through the 736 on the 27 dial in. Barton Van Gillian coming up next. 670 the dial in for the 81 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Melrose, Florida. He's going to run up against Rob Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. Rob's out of Melbourne, Florida. He's got a 636 dialed in. Red light start there for Van Gillian. Here's the win light here to Rob Reynolds. Rob goes through with a 631 on that 636 dial in. He's going to bring up Lee Hauser next. 702 the dial in for the 71 Dodge Dart out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. He'll go up against Trey Bunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 627 is going to be the dial in for the 87 Chevy Camaro. Red light starting for Hauser is going to give Trey Bunner the automatic win. And Trey goes through the 650 on the 27 dial in. He's going to bring up Ernie Renfro. 662 the dial in for the 1970 Chevy Camaro out of Middleburg. He'll run up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 629 the dial in for the S10 pickup. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. It's like about 14 thou separated the two at the start. At the stripe, it's going to be Ernie Renfro getting the win light here, 669 on his 662 dial in. Aaron Reynolds goes out with a 635 on his 629. Ernie was 007 to an 023 for Aaron. Chad King coming up next, 799 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He's out of Gainesville. He'll be going up against Marcus Cruz over there in the Budweiser lane. Marcus with an 882 dial in on his Dodge Challenger. Okay, one's late, one's pretty good. And it's going to work out for Marcus Cruz. He goes through with an 887 on an 882. He was 037 on the tree. He picks up the win light there with Chad King. King runs dead on 3. King get the win light. Now you know who didn't get the right. He didn't get the best reaction time. Robert Simpson coming up next. 771 is going to be the dial in for the 1970 Nova out of Jacksonville. He'll be going up against Darren Stutz. 672 the dial in for the 93 Camaro out of Green Cove Springs. All right, 54 thou separate the two at the starting line. And the win light's going to come on for Darren Stutz as he goes dead on 6 with an 010 reaction time. Put a 16 thou pack together. Simpson goes dead on with a 1, but he was 064. right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales. Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow into 3 and 4. Let's start loading the lanes, please. All right, here goes Ryan Norton over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 650 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. Going up against James Evans over there in the Budweiser lane. Evans with the 689 dial in on the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. Red light start over here from Norton is going to give James Evans the automatic win. All right, Bob Hoxton coming up next. He's got a 685 dialed in on his 90-mile Chevy pickup truck out of Lake Butler. Here we go up against Clint Wilson from Providence, Florida, 690 in the dial in for the 68 Nova. All right, here we go. The stripe. Hoxton is going to get the win line here, 689 on a 685. As Clint Wilson goes out with a 695 on a 690. Byron coming up here for Michael Carpenter. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Sportsman, start making your way into lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, so Carpenter goes through with a 612 on that 611 dial in on his buy run. And that'll take care of round number 2 of the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category for this race. And we get ready to go into round number 2 of the Super Pro motorcycles. And we got Sandy Rodriguez Jr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 558 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Mike Lakoski. Lakoski over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 558 dialed in as well. So we got a heads up run here in round 2 of the Super Pro motorcycles. And a red light start there for Sandy Rodriguez Jr. is going to give Lakoski the automatic win. And Lakoski goes through to the 548 on his 58 dial in. Sandy went 557 on his 58. It's going to bring up Samuel Parrish next. 520 is the dial in. He's out of Keystone Heights. And he'll go up against Richard Holder from Jacksonville. 560 is going to be the dial in over here in Budweiser lane. Okay, we got a green light starting both lanes. And it's going to be Sam Parrish getting the win light here as he goes 527 on the 520 dial in. His holder goes 567 on his 560. Sam was better on the Christmas tree, 028 to an 070. John Up the Road coming up next. 581 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Green Coast Springs, or Keystone Heights, excuse me. Then we're going up against Jeremy Davis from Palm Coast, Florida. 795 is going to be his dial in. Okay, John Up the Road is going to get the win light here. And this could be the luckiest thing I've seen. His reaction time starts with an 8. And he still got the win light because Jeremy Davis didn't back off of it down on the top end. So, congratulations there, John. That's going to bring up Dwayne Leachman. 562 is going to be his dial in. All right, 018 reaction time there for Dwayne. And he goes 562 with a 9 on a 62 dial in. All right, here we go. Round number 2 of the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. And first pair coming out, we're going to have Alan Roush Sr. 619 to dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Jacksonville. He'll face off against Glenn Newmans out of Alachua, Florida. He's got an 86 S10 with a 646 dial in. Red light started there by Alan Roush Sr. is going to give Glenn Newmans the automatic win. And Glenn goes through with a 646.2 on a 646 dial in, so a good run there for Glenn Newmans. All right, Mark Gordon coming up next. 5 flat to dial in for the dragster out of Callahan. Going up against Troy Walker over there in the Budweiser lane. 695 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Ocala. All right, 10,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Troy Walker getting the win line here. 696 on a 695 dial in. Orton goes out with a 502 on his 5 flat. 22 10,000ths of a second was the difference of the stripe. Charles Racer coming up next. He's out of Callahan. 554 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over here on the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against David Hicks. Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Got a 5 flat dialed in on his dragster. All right, 1,000 separate the two of the starting line. It's going to be a good one. David Hicks is going to get the win light here at 5:02 on a 5-flat dial-in as Charles Racer breaks out by 7 thousandths. Gavin Hamby coming up next, 660 the dial-in for the S10 pickup truck out of Tifton, Georgia. Going up against John Dwayne out of Jacksonville, 611 the dial-in for the 68 Camaro there in the Budweiser lane. And we're dead even on the starting line, identical reaction times. And it's going to be Hamby getting the win light here as he goes 661 on a 660 dial-in. And John Dwayne goes out with a 613 on his 611. Dan Dobson coming up next, 675 is going to be the dial-in for the 80 Chevy Monza. He's out of Gainesville. And here we go up against Joe Pinkston over here in the Budweiser lane. Pinkston with a 708 dial-in on his 78 Malibu out of Williston. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. And Dan Dobson's going to get the win light here, 695 on a 675. As Pinkston slows to a 719 on his 708 dial-in. Robbie Little coming up next. Got a 520 dial-in for the dragster over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll be going up against Adam DeRossette out of Valdosta, Georgia. 567 is going to be the dial-in for the Ford Roadster. All right, 11,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be on a double breakout. It's going to be Robbie Little picking up the win light here as he breaks out by 2 thousandths. And DeRossette breaks out by a bit more. Dallas Berger coming up next. 692 is going to be his dial-in. Driving the 68 Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 478 is going to be the dial-in for the dragster here in the Budweiser lane. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Dallas Berger getting the win light here as Vasquez breaks out with a 475 on his 478. Berger goes for 693 on his 692. Austin Logan coming up next. 603 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Camaro out of Port Charlotte, Florida. Going to go up against Derek Vasquez over here in the back in the Budweiser lane. 553 is the dial-in for the 2000 S10. All right, 1,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Austin Logan getting the win light here as he goes 604 on a 603 dial-in. Derek breaks out with a 551 on his 553. And bring up Travis Logan. 610 the dial-in on the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Port Charlotte. Going up against Barry Jones over there in the Budweiser lane. 570 is the dial-in for the 67 Camaro. And a real nice start there by Barry Jones. Going to Travis Logan, the automatic win. Travis goes through the 608 on his 610 dial-in as Barry Jones wins 569 on his 570. David Harris coming up next, 485 the dial in for the dragster out of McClenny. He'll be right up against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane, 662 the dial in for the 91 S10. He is out of Gainesville. And a red light start there for David Harris is going to give Goolsby the win light. And Goolsby goes 661 on his 662. All right, that'll bring up Lou Hawthorne. 453 the dial in for the dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against John Connick. Connick's out of Ocala has got a 725 dialed in. I got a clean green light starting both lanes, and the wind light's going to come on 726 on a 725 dial in as Hawthorne breaks out by with a 451 on his 453 dial in. Victor Adams coming up next, 652 is the dial in for the 89 Pontiac Firebird out of Gainesville. He'll go up against A.J. Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane, 675 the dial in for the Volkswagen out of Jacksonville. Well, nice start there for A.J. is going to give Victor the automatic win light. And Vic's going to go through with a 665 on his 652 dial in. That's going to be up Todd Ostick next. 490 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Tampa. He'll go up against Bobby Trinnell out of Fort Wayne, Florida. 536 is going to be his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light starting both ways. 13 now separated the two at the starting line and the stripe. The wind light's coming on from Bobby Trinnell. 535 on the 36 dial in. Austin breaks out with a 487 on his 490 dial in. Trey Bunner coming up next. 485 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Darren Stutz over there in the Budweiser lane. 549 is going to be his dial in. Be at the wheel of the 1940 Willis. All right, 1,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go with the stripe. Wind lights coming on for Trey Bunner. 486 on an 85 dial in. This is the wind light as Darren Stutz goes 552 on his 549 dial in. They'll bring up Billy Dunn next. 473 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Leesburg. He'll go up against Brian Jones. He's out of Orange Park, Florida. 466 is going to be the dial in there in the Budweiser lane. red light started by Billy Dunn's going to give Brian Jones the automatic win. Brian's got a double 09 reaction time, goes dead on 4. Good run there from Brian Jones. That'll bring up Derek Brewster next. 5:46 is going to be the dial in for the drag strut of Blackshear, Georgia. And he'll be running up against Ben Matz over here in the Budweiser lane, 7:87, the dial in for the 65 Chevelle. All right, we got a clean green light start, 30,000 separated the two at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Derek Brewster getting the win light here as he goes dead on 2. Gets the win light as Matz breaks out by 2 thousandths. Kiera Carter coming up next. 5:24 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Blackshear, Georgia. And she'll run up against Keith Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 5:72 is his dial in. Driving the 2000 S10 pickup. All right, we got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and the win light's coming on for Keith Collins. 5:73 on a 72 dial in, as Kiera Carter breaks out with a 5:22 on her 5:24. All right, Shirley Powell coming up next. 6:68 is going to be the dial in on the 1970 Camaro. They were up against Craig Spell out of Jacksonville. 6:46 the dial in on the 86 S10. All right, 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Shelby Powell getting the win light here as he goes dead on 8, picks up the win. As Craig Spell's car slow to a 6:49 on his 6:46 dial in. Michael Boss coming up next. 5:78 is going to be the dial in for the 63 Corvette Roadster out of Jacksonville. Going to go up against James Cavanaugh out of Melbourne, Florida. 4:75 is his dial in. Clean green light start, 12 fouls separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Michael Boss getting the win light here, 580 on a 78 dial in. And James Cavanaugh's car slow to a 478 on its 476 dial in. All right, attention in the pits, Junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds need you to lane 8, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds need you to staging lane 8. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12 need you to lane 2. Junior dragsters 13 and older, lane 1. All right, Mark Daniels coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 503 the dial in, going against John Rollins over there in Nova, 616 his dial in. And Daniels is going to get the win light here to 505 on a 503 dial in as Rollins breaks out by 2,000s. Brings up Luke Alley, 668 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Vega. He's out of Fort White, Florida. Goes up against Mike Minnick over here in the Budweiser lane, 7011, the dial in for the S10 out of Green Cove Springs. All right, Mike Minnick's going to get the win light here as he goes 718 on 11 dial in as Louis breaks out with a 662 on his 668. Jim Barbera coming up next. He's out of Trenton, Florida. He's got a 555 dialed in on the dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be running against Jason Graham over here in the Budweiser lane, 570 the dial in for the 65 Chevy 2. All right, they're staged up, ready to go. Big wheels up, start there for Jason Graham. Red light start there for Barbera. Graham goes dead on with a 9, picks up the win light there. That's going to bring up Will Highhouse. 745 is going to be the dial in there for the dragster out of Middleburg, or the driver out of Middleburg. Going up against Jimmy Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. 592 is going to be his dial in. Driving the 86 Dodge Daytona. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. And it's going to be Highhouse getting the win light here, 746 on a 45 dial in. As Kelly goes out dead on 6. Can't get it done. Andrew Kaiser coming up next out of Green Cove Springs. 525 is going to be the dial in for the dragster there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Ron Schaefer out of St. Augustine. 631 is going to be his dial in. Yeah, red light start there for Kaiser. It's going to give Schaefer the automatic win. Schaefer goes 629 on a 31 dial in. Andrew Kaiser goes dead on 3. Unfortunately, he's in 17 red. Mike Bonacci coming up next. 520 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Ocala. He'll go up against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. 645 the dial in for the 86 S10. Glenn's out of Alachua, Florida. Red light start there for Bonacci. He's going to give Glenn Newman the automatic win. And Glenn goes dead on 1 with a 003 reaction time. He puts the fourth down back together. Good run there for Glenn Newman's. Andy Lindsay coming up next. 682 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Alachua. He'll be going up against James Bunner. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane in the Chevy Camaro. He's got a 574 dialed in. All right, 8,000 separates the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Andy Lindsay getting the win light here. 683 on his 682 dial in gets the win light, as James Bunner goes out with a 577 on his 74 dial in. Ken Grant coming up next. 620 is going to be the dial in for the 73 Nova. He's out of Tai, Georgia. He went up against James Kelly Hicks out of Elkton, Florida. 454 is going to be the dial in for the dragster here in the Budweiser lane. All right, we got a clean green light start both lanes. And it's going to be Ken Grant getting the win light here on a double breakout as he breaks out by 8 thousandths. Kelly Hicks breaks out by 9 thousandths. That's going to bring up Michael Carpenter next. 611 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks out of St. Augustine. He's got a 501 dialed in. Yeah, red light start there for Carpenter is going to give Hicks the automatic win. All right, Tony Morris coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 478 is going to be his dial in. Him going against Bill Highhouse. And then in the Budweiser lane, 481 will be his dial in. separating the two of the starting line. And it's going to be Tony Morris getting the win right here, 479 on his 478 dial in. As High House breaks out with a 479 on a 481. That's going to bring up Alan Roush Sr. next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 619 is the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Jacksonville. He'll be going up against I believe that would be Mark Horton over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 5 flat dialed in. Clean starts in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Alan Roush Sr. getting the win light here on a double breakout. Andy Byron coming up next for Barry Rowell. 74 Beg out of Nahunta, Georgia. All right, so Barry Rowell on his way. It was 585 on that 586 dial. And that will wrap up round number 2 of Super Pro. As we're now getting ready to go to round number 2 of the Street Bikes. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminators back to lanes 3 and 4. Pro ET, need you back to lanes 3 and 4. Come on down. All right, Jeremy Davis coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane 787 is going to be the dial in for the bike out of Palm Coast. Head up against Dwayne Schmidt Sr. over here in the Budweiser lane 550 is his dial in. He's out of Spar, Florida. Yeah, red light start there for Schmidt. It's going to give Davis the automatic win. And Davis goes through an 802 on his 787 dial in. That's going to bring up the buy run here for Chuck Willem. 620 is the dial in for Chuck. Alright, so Chuck goes through the 631 on that 620 dial in as we're going in now to, that ends the street bikes. So we're going now into round number 2 of Sportsman. First pair coming out. So I'm going to have Jeff Barrier over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his Dodge Charger. Going up against Brett Veneman over here in the Budweiser lane. And his GTO, Brett with an 834 dial in, Barrier with a 789. And we got a clean green line starting both lanes, 21 miles separating the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Veneman getting the win light here as he goes dead on 8, picks up the win. He was better on the Christmas tree. He was 014 to an 035. Barry runs dead on 5. Just can't put it together down there at the top end. That's going to bring up Timothy Kohler next. 737 the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Going up against Kevin Roberts over there in the Budweiser lane. 762 is going to be his dial in the 69 Camaro. $98 difference at the starting line. Kevin Roberts is going to get the win line here. 765 on a 762. Good run there for Kevin. As Timothy goes through with a 739 on his 737 dial in. Dan Salyer's coming up next. 866 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick, Florida. He'll go up against Amber Matz over here in the Budweiser lane. 754 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. She is out of Gainesville. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like got about 42 thou difference at the starting line. And Salyers is going to get the win light here at 869 on a 66 dial in as Amber breaks out with a 751 on her 754 dial in. Bart Van Gillian coming up next. 811 the dial in for the Corvette. He's over here in the Lucas Oil lane. They're going against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. 7 flat the dial in for the 68 Nova. He's out of Providence, Florida. And a red light starts for Clint Wilson. He's going to give Bart Van Gillian the automatic win. And Bart goes through with an 809 on that 811 dial in. Clint goes dead on 5. Unfortunately, he was 009 red. Chad King coming up next, 798. All right, Chad turns on the red light. Going against Dennis Harsh over there in the Budweiser lane. Harsh gets the red light. He's going to go through with an 808 on that 837. All right, Monica Roberts coming up next. 793 the dial in for the 95 Camaro. And showing up against Marcus Cruz over here in the Budweiser lane. Marcus with an 882 dial in on the Dodge Challenger. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes. And the win light's going to come on down there for Marcus Cruz. He goes 885 on his 882 dial in. Monica goes 795 on her 93. Marcus was better on tree. He was 017 to Monica's 053. Robert Simpson coming up next. 770 is the dial in for the 1970 Nova. He's out of Jacksonville. Going against the Mercedes over here in the Budweiser lane, 735 is going to be the dial in. All right, 6 now, separate the two at the starting line. And the Mercedes is going to get the win light here on a breakout by Robert Simpson. All right, Jay Dickinson coming up next over here. 843 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. Going up against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 819 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. red lights coming off from Mitchell Gunner. He goes 8:23 on his 8:19 dial in, as Jay Dickinson's car slowed to an 8:58 on his 8:43. Jay was actually better on the reaction time than Mitch was by almost 34 thousandths of a second. And that's going to bring up Bob Hoxton next. 7 flat's going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Dallas Berger over there in the Budweiser lane. 784 is the dial in for the 68 Nova. It's out of Sumner, Georgia. And we got a clean green light start. Here we go to the stripe. Wind light's going to come off for Berger on a double breakout. All right, so that wraps up round number 2 of Sportsman. So I'm getting ready to go to round number 2 of the Junior Dragsters next. Once again, Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, y'all should be in lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, y'all should be back in lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycle, you can make your way to lane 7, please. All right, so here we go to our Junior Dragsters. This is the 6 to 9 year olds. I got Blake Jones coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1195 is going to be his dial in. Going against Ryder Horst over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Inverness, Florida. He's got 1193 dialed in. Bradley Holdaway coming up next. She's out of Inverness, Florida. 1390 is going to be the dial in over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Okay, she is 1391 on that 1390 dial in. Good run there, 46 miles an hour. All right, here we go. As we got Colson Haight coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Graham, Florida. He's got an 892 dialed in. Going against Wyatt James Hicks out of Elkton, Florida. 922 is going to be the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. Alright, so we got a clean green light starting in both lanes. And the wind light's going to come on down there for Colson Haight as he goes through with an 894 on his 892 dial in. As Wyatt Hicks goes out with a 928 on his 922. Ryan Cook coming up next. 890 will be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. 902 will be his dial in. Alright, we got a clean green light start, 40 fouls separated the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your wind light's going to come on down there for Lincoln McMaster. 906 on the 902 dial in. As Ryan Cook goes down with an 893 on his 890 dial in. And Lincoln was 045 to an 085 for Cook. Caden Holdaway coming up next. 890 will be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Then we go up against Sierra Haight. She'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. She got an 891 dialed in. Okay, 84 thousandths of a second difference at the starting line. Wind light's going to come off for Sierra Haight. She goes 892 on her 891. Caden breaks out with an 884 on his 890 dial in. Hunter Dowling coming up next. 890 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Gainesville. And we're up against Brooklyn Collins over there in the Budweiser lane. She also has an 890 dialed in. She's out of Keystone Heights. Alright, we got clean green light starts in both lanes. And it's going to be Hunter Dowling getting the wind light here. He goes 898 on the 890 dial in, gets the wind light there as Brooklyn runs 897 on the 890. And couldn't get it done. Xander Cook coming up next. 890 will be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Orange Park. And Aaron Kennedy will run over here in the Budweiser lane. 898 is going to be his dial in. Alright, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Xander Cook. He goes 891 on an 890 dial in. Good run there for him. His Aaron's car slowed to a 907 on his 898 dial in. Alright, here we go. We got Autumn D-Rossette coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is going to be the dial in. She's out of Valdosta, Georgia. Going up against Savannah Highhouse over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 790 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean green light start of 87 miles, separate the two of the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Autumn D-Rossette getting the win light here. 8 flat on her 790 dial in. And Savannah breaks out by 5 thousandths. Alright, so we're going to do a little touch up on the Raceway before we get started into round 3. I should have the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category. Y'all should be in the lanes at this time. Pro ET, you should be in the lanes at this time. Super Pro Motorcycles should have y'all in the lanes as well.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey, we also want to thank Team GRE. That's right, Goolsby Racing Enterprises, located right here in Gainesville, Florida. Hey, if you're looking to get your vehicle wrapped, or you need some signs made, or even your storefront lettered, hey, give Goolsby Racing Enterprises a call at 352-870-7258. Don't forget about on-the-spot lawn maintenance, full-service lawn care for you. Hey, that grass is growing with all this rainfall that we're getting. So if you need a quote, or you just want to go ahead and get your yard mowed, give them a call at 904-966-1633. Also, check out our sister podcast station that is On the Spot with David Rogers. They go live every Tuesday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Time as they talk politics and everything around the area newsworthy. Don't forget, the 8th annual 352 shootout is taking place on October 27th and 28th right here at Gainesville Raceway. There's going to be plenty of classes to be contested, and also they have a car show that's part of it. So even though you don't race at the price of admission, go ahead and spend that little bit more money. Show your car up underneath the pavilion, grab you some beverages, and sit in the stands and watch some great racing.
All right, attention to the test, attention to the test. Ladies and gentlemen, fuel is reporting at 6:30. Go back and get that test. Another half hour. We'll be back up tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Once again, got less than a half hour to go back and get the test. It's fine, let's wait for 9 o'clock in the morning. this. Long, he's ready to come back. They're going to get up here and David. Then Coleman back. Knocking out there is up here to Minnesota.
All right, I want to thank everyone for joining us at On the Spot Motorsports Media. And don't forget, if you are having trouble watching this on your phone or your computer, you can go to our On the Spot Motorsports with David Rogers channel on YouTube and watch it there on your big screen TV. Get a little bit better imaging than you can on your phone or your tablet, whatsoever. Just bear with us a few more moments and we will be back to racing action as Corey is out there spraying the track. And I got to say, you got to take your hat off to these men and women that work out here at Gainesville Raceway. Looking like that we weren't even going to get to race at all today. And they
all right, attention to this. If you wanted to purchase any of the Junior Dragster raffle tickets, they're going to be doing the drawing in about 20 minutes. You can get your tickets down here on the first floor of the tower. Once again, if you want to buy your raffle tickets for the Junior Dragsters, you can get about 20 minutes to get those tickets purchased. You can get them down at the first floor of the tower.
Yeah, you got to take your hat off to these men and women here at Gainesville Raceway. Like I said, we didn't even think we were going to even get to race on this surface, but they have been working overtime to make sure that we have a safe surface to race on. And I'll tell you what, big thank you goes out from us here at On the Spot Motorsports Media. Just give you a heads up of the Too Fast, Too Tasty challenge.
All right, once again, the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator cars do lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator needs you to lanes 3 and 4. We're fixing to run your class. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. So I need you to start making your way into the staging lanes. Pro Eliminator to the lanes now.
Just give you a little heads up, Derek Kramer is your winner of the Too Fast, Too Tasty Mission Foods Challenge today in Pro Stock. And Pro Stock Motorcycle, Angie Smith was the winner of the Too Fast, Too Tasty Mission Foods Challenge.
All right, here we go. Round number 3. We got Gavin Hamby coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 660 going to be the dial in for the 88S10 out of Omega, Georgia. He'll go up against Travis Logan over here in the Budweiser lane. 616 the dial in for the Camaro out of Port Charlotte, Florida. Red light start there for Logan. It's going to give Gavin Hamby the automatic win. And Hamby goes through the 662 on his 660 dial in. Robert Treadwell coming up next. He's out of Callahan, Florida. 678 is going to be the dial in for the 85 Chevy Camaro. He's going against Leah Tadero. She's out of Gainesville. 74 Chevy van over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 750 dial in. And a red light start there for Tadero is going to give Treadwell the automatic win. And Treadwell goes dead on 8. Good run there for him. All right, let's go bring up Bill Green. 605 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro. He's out of Ocala. Going up against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. His 65 Chevelle station wagon also out of Ocala. All right, clean green line start. Looks like we got about 71,000 difference in the starting line, and it's going to be Bill Green getting the win line here as he goes 605 on the 605. Good run there for him. French goes by with a 633 on his 637. Bill Waller coming up next. 660 the dial in for the 84 Ford Ranger. He's out of Raceway, Florida. He'll be going up against Brett Penniman from Jacksonville in his 06 GTO. 834 is the dial in the Budweiser lane. Okay, only 2,000 separate the two of the starting line. And it's going to be Penniman picking up the win line here, 837 on the 34 dial in. As Waller goes out with a 663 on his 660 dial in. That's going to bring up Paul Allen next. 714 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It says driving the 72 Maverick. Going against Lee Zaremba out of Inverness, Florida. His 1970 Dodge Dart. Got a 641 dialed in. And a red light start there for Lee Zaremba is going to get Paul Allen the automatic win. And Paul goes through the 713 on his 714 dial in. Brings up your next pair. We got Martinell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 664 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Middleburg. He'll go up against Richard Lindsay. He's out of Gainesville, the 96 Mustang. He's got a 651 dial in. Okay, we got a clean green line start, 25,000 separated the two of the starting line. And the stripe, it's going to be Martinell getting the win line here, 665 on a 664 dial in. That'll bring up your next pairs. We're going to have Ralph Bratton coming up over here to Lucas Oil Lane. He's out of Gainesville, driving the 72 El Camino. Here we go up against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser Lane. Stutz with a 669 dial in on a 93 Camaro out of Green Cove Springs. A red light start there for Darren Studs is going to give Walter Ralph Bratton the automatic win. And Bratton goes through the 701 on his 702. And Studs goes 674 on his 669 dial in. Ernie Renfro coming up next. 668 is going to be the dial in for the 70 Camaro. He's out of Middleburg. Then we go up against Michael Carpenter over there in the Budweiser lane. 615 is going to be the dial in for the Vega. Okay, we got a clean green line starting both lanes. Looks like we have about 22 mile difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Ernie Renfro getting the win line here. 670 on a 68 dial in. Good enough for him. As Carpenter goes dead on 5, but cannot get the win line. 65 10,000ths of a second. Ernie Renfro gets the win. All right, attention in the pits. Attention pits. I need the Flying Ryan trailer sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro need you to lanes 1 and 2. Street bikes need you to lane 7. Street bikes lane 7. Sportsman need you to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Okay, here goes Mike Gaffney. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. The 77 AMC Gremlin. He's got a 728 dialed in. Going up against Rob Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 636 dialed in on his G-Body car. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes. And the win light's going to come on for Gaffney as he goes 729 on a 28 dial in as Rob breaks out with a 633 on his 636 dial in. Bob Hogston coming up next, 685 the dial in for the 90 Chevy pickup truck out of Lake Butler. He'll go up against Chris Lease over there in the Budweiser lane. 728 is going to be the dial in for the Oldsmobile. 442. Okay, we got a clean green line start. We got a 40,000 difference at the starting line. And Bob Hodgson's going to get the win light here as he goes 687 on his 85 dial in. Chris Lease breaks out with a 726 on his 728. Marcus Cruz coming up next. 879 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. He's out of McClenny, Florida. He'll go up against Trey Bunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 878 is going to be the dial in for the 87 Chevy Camaro. And a red light start there by Marcus. We get down back here to Trey Bunner. And your buy run coming up here for John Dwayne. Once again, looking for Super Pro. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro need you to lanes 1 and 2. Need Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. got Sam Parrish coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 520 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Dwayne Leachman over there in the Budweiser lane. 562 is the dial in for Dwayne. Red light start there by Sam Parrish is going to give the automatic win here to Dwayne Leachman. Dwayne goes through with a 561 on his 562 dial in. That'll bring up Mike Lakoski next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 550 will be the dial in for him. They're right up against John Upthegrove over here in Budweiser lane. 581 is his dial in. The red light start for Lakoski is going to give John Upthegrove the automatic win. And John goes through with a 579 on a 581. All right, so here we go back into Super Pro. We got Andy Lindsay coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 682 is going to be the dial in for the 98 Mustang out of Alachua. Going up against Ron Schaefer over here in Budweiser lane. 628 is going to be his dial in. 87 Mustang out of St. Augustine. And we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Schaefer getting the win light. 630 on a 628. And he breaks out with a 680 on a 682. All right, here we go. We got Dan Dobson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the 1980 Chevy Monza out of Gainesville. He's got a 669 dialed in. Then we're going against David Hicks over here in Budweiser lane. 499 is his dial in. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. Oh, red light start there for Hicks. Going to give Dan Dobson the automatic win. Dan Dobson goes through the 664 on his 669. Hicks went 501 on his 499. Travis Logan coming up next. 615 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. 645 is the dial in for the S10 out of Alachua. We got clean start, 19,782 to start, and Glenn Newmans gets the win light here as he goes dead on 8. Logan breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Austin Logan coming up next, 608 is going to be his dial in. Out of Port Charlotte, Florida. He'll be going up against Troy Balker over here in the Budweiser lane, 695 to dial in for the S10 out of Ocala. Okay, we got a nice clean green light start. 5,000 separate the two in the starting line, and it's going to be Troy Balker getting the win light here. 695 on a 695. He goes dead on 4. Logan goes dead on 7. Troy was better on the reaction time. Total 07 to an 012. 080, got an 87 10,000th of a second. Was a different edge strike. Derek Brewster coming up next. 545 is going to be his dial in, going against Flying Brian Jones. Brewster out of Blackshear, Georgia. Jones out of Orange Park, Florida. All right, got a clean green light start both lanes. And it's going to be Flying Brian Jones getting the win light here as he goes 467 on his 466 dial in. Brewster goes with 547 on a 545. Shirley Powell coming up next. 668 is going to be the dial in for the 70 Camaro out of Green Coast Springs. He'll be going up against Bobby Trunnell over here in Budweiser lane. 535 to dial in for the 33 Ford out of Fort White. All right, 9,000 separated the two in the starting line, and it's going to be Trunnell getting the win right here as he goes dead on 1 with an 011 reaction time, puts a 12-pound back together. Shirley Powell breaks out by 2 thousandths. All right, right, Gavin Hamby coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 661 is the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Tipton, Georgia. He'll be going up against Keith Collins over here in Budweiser lane. 572 the dial in for the S10 out of Keystone Heights. And at the stripe, Keith Collins is going to get the win right here. 573 on the 72 dial in for Keith Collins. Victor Adams coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 655 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Jason Graham over here in the Budweiser lane. 569 the dial in for the 65 Chevy 2 out of Jacksonville. All right, red light start there by Victor Adams. Going to give the automatic win here to Jason Graham. Jason goes dead on 9, picks up the win light there. All right, comes Barry Rowell next. He's out of Mayhunter, Georgia. 585 is going to be the dial in for the 74 Vega. He'll be going up against Mike Dennick over here in the Budweiser lane. 710 is his dial in. All right, 4,000 to separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Barry Rowell getting the win line here, 588 on his 585 dial in. As Bennett breaks out with a 707 on a 710 dial in. Michael Boss coming up next, 579 the dial in for the 63 Corvette Roadster out of Jacksonville. He'll be going up against John Connick over here in the Budweiser lane, 725 the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He's out of Ocala. Red light start from Michael Boss is going to give Connick the automatic win. And Connick goes dead on 5. All right, Robbie Little coming up next. 519 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Yulee. He'll be going up against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. 661 is the dial in for the 91 S10. All right, street bikes, y'all should be in lane 7. Street bikes, y'all should be in lane 7. Sportsmen, y'all should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen should be in lanes 5 and 6 at this time. Okay, they had identical reaction times. Both were 0:33. Robbie Little goes dead on 7 and gets the win right here as Goolsby goes 6:63 on his 6:61. Mark Daniels coming up next. 503 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Jacksonville. And he'll be going up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 5 flat the dial in. Okay, red light start there for Hicks. It's going to give Mark Daniels the win. Daniels goes 5:04 and his 5:03. All right, Ken Grant coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 620 is going to be his dial in. We're going up against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. 645 the dial in for the 86 S10. He's out of Alachua. red light start there by Glenn Newmans is going to give Ken Grant the automatic win. And Grant goes through the 6:31 on his 6:20. Okay, Dallas Berger coming up next. 692 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go against Will Highhouse out of Middleburg over there in the Budweiser lane. 745 is his dial in. Okay, Highhouse going to get the win light there as Dallas Berger turned on the red light. Tony Morris coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 477 is his dial in. He'll go against Trey Bunner over there in the Budweiser lane. 484 is going to be his dial in. All right, 10 now separated to the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Trey Bunner getting the win light here. He goes 485 on that 484. Morris goes dead on 5, but can't get it done. 46 10,000ths of a second was the margin of victory for Trey Bunner. That's going to bring up Alan Roush Sr. 619 will be his dial in. All right, sportsmen, you should be in the lanes. Sportsmen, you should be in the lanes. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and over in lane 1. Junior dragsters, need you start making your way into the lanes, please. Sportsmen, you should be in the lanes. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way into lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, lanes 3 and 4. All right, here we go back to the street bikes. We got Chuck Willem coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 625 is going to be his dial in. Going against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 787 is going to be his dial in. The red line start by Chuck Willem is going to give Jeremy Davis the win light. And Davis goes through with an 844 on his 787. All right, once again, the sportsmen, you should be in the lanes. Sportsmen, you should be in the lanes at this time. Junior dragsters, need you back to the lanes. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and over lane 1. The Pro Eliminator back to lanes 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, need you back to lanes 3 and 4. All right, here we go back into sportsman. We got Dallas Berger coming up over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 780 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy Nova. Going up against Brett Benjamin over here in the Budweiser Lane. 834 is going to be the dial-in for the GTO in Jacksonville. And at the stripe, it's going to be Dallas Berger getting the win light here on a double breakout as he goes 779 on his 780 dial-in. Brett goes through with an 832 on his 834. All right, Rich Hoffman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and the Mercedes got a 735 dial-in. He turns on the red light. Going to get the automatic win here to Bart Van Gillian. Bart goes through with an 812 on his 808 dial-in. Kevin Roberts coming up over here on the Lucas Oil Lane. 760 is going to be the dial-in for the 69 Camaro. And here we going up against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser Lane. 820 going to be his dial-in at the wheel of the Dodge Charger. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. There's like 29 thou separates the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Mitch Gunner getting the win light on a double breakout. Mitch only breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. He picks up the win. Brings up Marcus Cruz, 876 is the dial-in for the Dodge Challenger. He's up in McClenny, Florida. Here we going up against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser Lane. 809 is going to be the dial-in for the Blazer out of Gainesville. All right, once again, junior dragsters. You need it in the staging lanes, junior dragsters. You need it in the staging lanes. 6 to 9-year-olds to lane 8, 10 to 12, lane 2, 13 and over, lane 1. Need y'all in the lanes, come on down. All right, Marcus Cruz picks up the win there with a perfect reaction time. Goes 887 on his 876 dial-in. And that'll bring up your buy run here for Dan Salyers. Got 812 dialed in on the Monte Carlo. Okay, Salyers goes through with an 859 on that 812. Again, with that 812. All right, attention out there in the pits. Drivers, just want to let y'all know, if you're driving in Super Pro this evening, we're going to be paying back to the 8th final. So 16 cars will get money here this evening. Pro Eliminator, we're going to be paying down to the quarterfinals. Looks like we do about 7 cars there. And Sportsman, going to be paying back to the semifinals. Looks like it'll be 3 cars. So once again, looking for my junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, you're supposed to be in the lanes at this time. Junior dragsters should be in the lanes at this time. Neither Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator cars back to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, need you back to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you back to lane 7. All right, so we go back into our junior dragsters. We got Brinley Holloway over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1390 is going to be the dial in. Blake Jones over here in the Budweiser lane, 1192 is going to be his dial in. Okay, so we got a clean green light start for both racers. And the wind light's going to come on there for Blake Jones as he goes through the 12 flat on his 1192. His all the way goes 1265 on a 1390. All right, Super Pro Motorcycles. Back to lane 7, please. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro. Let's start making our way back to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2.
Sorry, the sun is just going right into that camera right there. There's nothing that we can really do anything about it. So just bear with us as the sun goes down. It will get better.
All right, I got Colson Haight coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 892 is going to be his dial in, going against the Lincoln McMaster over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 906 dialed in. All right, we got a clean green light start both lanes here. And at the strike, the wind light's going to come on down there for Colson Haight. He's 896 on his 892 dial in as Lincoln goes out with a 914 on a 906. All right, Hunter Dowling coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 893 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Gainesville. Going up against Xander Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. 890 is his dial in. Yeah, red light started there for 100 Dowling. Is going to give Xander Cook the automatic win. And he goes dead on 6. Good run there for Xander. As Hunter Dowling goes 894 on his 893. That'll bring up the buy run here for Sierra Haight. 891's her dial in. All right, Sierra goes 899 on her 891. Okay, that's going to bring up Autumn Dirasset over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is going to be their dial in, going up against Savannah High House over here in the Budweiser lane. Also got 790 dialed in. Okay, one light's going to come on over there for Savannah High House. She goes 7. Goes 8 flat on her 790. Autumn actually had better reaction time. She was 017 to an 075 for Savannah. All right, attention to the pits. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Cool and fuel them. Start making their way back into lanes 1 and 2 with those cars, please. Super Pro, you make your way into lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator needs you to lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman, you can come into lanes 5 and 6. Street bikes, or excuse me, Super Pro bikes, you'll also be in lane 7.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey, we're going to get a shout out to Team GRE. That's right. Goolsby Racing Enterprises located right here in Gainesville, Florida. Hey, they can do anything from wrapping vehicles to signs to even lettering up your storefront window. So if that's something that you might need, give them a call at 352-870-7258. Hey, don't forget about that grass. It's growing with all this rain that we're having. If you need a quote, or you just want to go ahead and call them on out to mow your lawn, give them a call at 904-966-1633. That's on-the-spot lawn maintenance, full-service lawn care for you. Also, don't forget about our sister station podcast called On the Spot with David Rogers. They are on every Tuesday night at 7 p.m. talking about everything politics and everything in between, and also news around this region. Don't forget about the 352 shootout that's coming up on October 27th through the 28th, right here at Gainesville Raceway. Plenty of classes that can fill the needs of anybody. And also, they will put on the car show as part of it. So if you got a nice ride, you're coming here anyway, you might as well bring your car and enter it in the car show too. Track prep is still going on, and we'll be going back to live action here momentarily.
Robert Treadwell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 678 is going to be the dial in, going up against John DeWayne over there in the Budweiser lane. 611 is going to be his dial in. All right, John DeWayne's going to get the win right here as he goes 614 on a 611 dial in as Robert Treadwell breaks out by 2 thousandths. Ralph Bratton coming up next. 701 is going to be the dial in for the 72 El Camino. He'll be going up against Fred Benjamin over there in the Budweiser lane. 832 is the dial in for the GTO out of Jacksonville. Okay, green light starting both lanes. Here we go. At the stripe, your win light's going to come on down there for Brad Benjamin as he goes 838 on an 832 dial in. Picks up the win there as Brad goes 706 on his 701 dial in. Ernie Renfro coming up next. 668 is going to be the dial in for the 70 model Camaro out of Middleburg. They'll go up against Trey Bunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 667 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And a red light start by Bunner is going to give Ernie Renfro the automatic win light. Ernie's going to go through the 664 on his 668 dial in. And that'll bring up Paul Allen. Here we go here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the 72 Maverick out of Middleburg. Got a 714 dial in. Going up against Bill Green. Over here in the Budweiser lane, 604 the dial in for Green and his 68 Camaro. Okay, we have a clean green light start, 33 now separated the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. This is going to be Bill Green getting the win light here. 606 on the 604. Paul Allen breaks out by 5 thousandths. That'll bring up Gavin Hamby next out of Omega, Georgia. The 88 S10 pickup over here in the Lucas Oil lane. It's got a 660 dial in. Right up against Martinell over there in the Budweiser lane. 663 is the dial in for the S10 out of Middleburg. All right, 4,000 separated the two in the starting line. And at the stripe, the win light's going to come on down there for Gavin Hamby on a double breakout. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 685 is going to be the dial in for the 90 Chevy pickup truck. He's out of Lake Butler, Florida. Heading up against Georgia Nackle over there in the Budweiser lane. 782 the dial in for the 68 Nova. He's out of High Springs, Florida. Okay, looks like we got 34 thousandths of a second difference at the starting line, and Hodgson's going to get the win light here, 689 on his 685 dial in. George goes 783 on his 782. And Byron coming up here from Mike Gaffney, 729 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. All right, Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. Blind Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, needs you the lanes 1 and 2, 1 and 2. Sportsman, like lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 560 is going to be the dial in. He'll go up against John up the road over there in the Budweiser lane. 579 is his dial in. All right, got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Dwayne Leachman getting the win light there. He goes 562 on a 560 dial in. Up the road goes 585 on his 579. Dwayne Leachman was 006 on the tree with 032 for up the road. All right, so here we go with our Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Dan Dobson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 664 is going to be the dial in for the 80 Chevy Monza. Then we got up against Ron Schaefer out of St. Augustine. 628 is going to be the dial in for the 87 Ford Mustang. Red light start by Dan Dobson is going to give Ron Schaefer the automatic win. Schaefer goes 629 on his 628. Dobson goes 665 on his 664. Robbie Little coming up next. 519 the dial in for the dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against John Connick over here in the Budweiser lane. 725 is his dial in. He's driving the Chevy Monza. All right, 10,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Connick getting the win line here. 727 on a 725. Robbie Little breaks up with a 517 on his 519 dial in. Barry Rao coming up next. Here we go here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. The 74 Vega out of Nahunta, Georgia's got a 585 dialed in. Going up against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. 645 is the dial in for the 86 S10 out of Alachua. And we got a clean green light start for both racers. Here we go to the stripe, and the red light's going to come on down for Glenn Newman's. He goes 647 on the 645. Barry Rao goes 587 on his 585. Mark Daniels coming up next. 502 is the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll be going up against Bobby Trinnell over there in the Budweiser lane. 535 is going to be the dial in for the 33 Ford. He's out of Fort White. Okay, 4,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Mark Daniels getting the win light here as he goes 502 with a 4. He had a perfect reaction time. Trinnell was 004, goes under by 6,000. Will Highhouse coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 745 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Brian Jones over there in the Budweiser lane. 466 is the dial in for Brian. Okay, that clean green light starts in both lanes, and at the stripe, you're going to see Brian Jones picking up the win light here as he breaks out by 1 thou. High House breaks out by 9 thousandths. Jones 007 to 053 for High House. Trey Bunner coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 485 is going to be his dial in. And he'll be right up against Alan Roush Sr. over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 619 dial in. All right, 1,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Bunner getting the win light here as he goes dead on one. He had no 11 reaction time. Does a 12-pound pack together. Alan Roush was 0-12 on the tree, but breaks out with a 615 on a 619 dial in. Ken Grant coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 620 is the dial in for the 73 Nova. He's out of Ty, Georgia. Going up against Jason Graham out of Jacksonville in his 65 Chevy 2. Got a 569 dial in. And we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Only 2,000 separated the two at the start. And it's going to be Ken Grant getting the win light here, 623 on a 620, as Jason Graham breaks out by 2 thousandths. All right, here goes Keith Collins over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 572 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Troy Balker over here in the Budweiser lane. 694 is his dial in. All right, street bikes. Need you to lane 7. Street bikes need you to lane 7. All right, never mind, street bikes. All right, attention to the pits. Junior dragsters 10 to 12s need y'all to lane 2. Junior dragsters 10 to 12 need you to lane 2, please. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12-year-old, come to lane 8, please. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12, come to staging lane number 8. Need sportsmen over here in 5 and 6. Y'all should be in the lanes ready to go. Need Ronald's Automotive Pro Eliminator back to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator back to 3 and 4. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12-year-old, need you to lane 8. Lane 8. All right, here we go back into sportsmen, and we got Dan Salyers coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 8:59 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Bart Van Gillian over here in the Budweiser lane. 8:12 will be the dial in for the 94 Chevy Corvette. Red light start there by Dan Salyers. Going to give Bart Van Gillian the automatic win light. And Bart goes through an 8:10 on that 8:12 dial in. That'll bring in Dallas Berger next. 778 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 8:20 is his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. One of them's pretty good, one's a little late. And Dallas Berger is going to get the win light here. 784 on his 778 dial in. He'll pick up the win. Mitch goes out with an 825 on his 820. Andy Byron coming up here next from Marcus Cruz. Marcus with an 876 dial in on the Dodge Challenger. And Marcus goes 871. All right, once again, looking for junior dragsters, 10 to 12-year-olds to lane 8. Junior dragster, 10 to 12-year-olds, lane 8, please. The Super Pro Pro ET needs you back to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, back to lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro, cool them and fuel them. Get them back into lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, cool them and fuel them. Let's get those back to lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, just a quick reminder, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, there is going to be a chapel service here on the 3rd floor of the tower. Mr. Bill Green will be up there officiating that, so here in the morning, come up to this 3rd floor of the tower for the chapel service tomorrow morning, done by Racers for Christ. extras, and we got Xander Cook over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be the dial in. And Sierra Haight going to be over there in Budweiser lane. 894 is her dial in. Red light started there by Sierra Hayes, going to give Xander Cook the automatic win. And he just did an 886 on his 890 dial in. That'll bring Colson Hayes. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 892 is going to be his dial in. Perfect reaction time there for Colson. It was 890 on that 892. All right, so looking for Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, Pro Eliminator 3 and 4, and Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. into the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category. We got Gavin Hamby over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 659 is going to be the dial in for the 88 S10 out of Omega, Georgia. Going up against Ernie Renfro over there in the Budweiser lane. 665 the dial in for the 1970 Camaro. Ernie's out of Middleburg, Florida. All right, 11,000 separated the two at the starting line. And at the stride, it's going to be Gavin Hamby getting the win light here as he goes 660 on a 659. As Ernie Renfro bows out with a 666 on his 665. All right, Bill Green coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 604 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro. He's out of Ocala. Then we go up against Brett Benneman over there in the Budweiser lane. 833 is the dial in for the 06 GTO up in Jacksonville. So Green's going to give Benneman over a 2-second head start here.
Want to apologize. We were actually in the 5th round of competition.
Okay, we got a clean green line start. Looks like we're going to have 27 foul difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Green's going to get the win line here. As he goes dead on with a 1 with a 007 reaction time. He puts an 8,000 back together. Benneman was 029. It was 830 on his 833 dial in. Mike Gaffney coming up next, 727 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. Here we go up against John DeWayne over here in the Budweiser lane. 610 is his dial in. All right, 9 foul difference at the starting line here. And your win light's going to come on down there for Mike Gaffney as he was dead on 1 with an 027 reaction time, puts 28 pound back together. John Dwayne goes 612 on his 10 dial in. And a rapid buy run here for Bob Hodgson. 685 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup. And Hodgson goes through the 681 on his 685 dial in. Jones coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 466 is going to be the dial in for the drag strut of Orange Park. And he's going to be running up against Ron Schaefer over here in the Budweiser lane. 628 is going to be the dial in for the 87 Mustang. He's out of St. Augustine. All right, got a clean start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Schaefer getting the win light here. 628 on a 628. As Jones breaks out with a 462 on his 466 dial in. Going to bring up Mark Daniels next. 502 is going to be the dial in for the drag strut of Jacksonville. He'll go up against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. 645 the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Alachua. Red line start there by Mark Daniels, going to give Glenn Newman's automatic win. All right, Ken Grant coming up next. 619 the dial in for the Chevy Nova. Going up against John Connick over there in the Budweiser lane. 726 is the dial in for the Chevy Monza out of Ocala. All right, 4,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Connick getting the win light here. He goes 727 on the 26 dial in. Ken Grant goes 621 on his 619. Grant was 007. Connick was 011. Got 78 10,000ths of a second was the difference at the finish line. Trey Bunner coming up next. 484 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Bushnell. Going up against Troy Volker over there in the Budweiser lane. 694 is his dial in. Okay, clean start for both racers. And it's going to be Trey Bunner getting the win line here as he goes 484 on 484. Troy Volker goes dead on 5. Trey went dead on 3. Trey was 028 on the tree, and Volker was 086. All right, attention to the pits. Any sportsman racer, sportsman back in lanes 5 and 6. Pro Eliminator, Cool and Fuel, need them back in lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, let's Cool and Fuel, get them back into lanes 1 and 2. I need my junior finalists to the lanes, please. Junior finalists need you to the lanes, please. All right, attention to junior pits. Colson Haight, need you to the staging lanes, please. Colson Haight, need you to the staging lanes, please. attention to pit. Super Pro, Super Pro. Let's get them cooled and fueled. Back in lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro. Get them back in lanes 1 and 2. All right, this is the finals of the 10 to 12-year-old junior dragsters. We're going to have Xander Cook over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be his dial in. And he'll be running up against Colson Haight over there in the Budweiser lane. 890 will also be his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start in lane, both lanes. One of them is real sharp, one's a little late. And your wheel light's coming on for Colson Haight. 892 on an 890 dial in. He was 012 on the tree. Xander goes 891 on his 890. He was 137. All right, once again, looking for all my Super Pro cars back to the lanes. Super Pro. Need you back to the lanes, please. All right, here we go with our semifinals of sportsmen, and we got Dallas Berger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 778 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Nova. He's out of Sumner, Georgia. He'll go up against Marcus Cruz over here in the Budweiser lane. 873 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. He's going to be out of McClenny, Florida. Red line start by Marcus Cruz is going to give Dallas Berger the automatic win. And automatic go to the finals. He goes 778 with a 0 with an 010 reaction time. He puts a 10-thou pack together. Dallas is ready. And your buy run coming up here from Bart Pangillian. Bart's got 809 dialed in on the Corvette. And Bart goes to 811 on his 809. All right, so that wraps up that round of sportsmen. Now we go into our semifinals of the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator category. All right, you're going to have Gavin Hamby coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 659 dialed in on his 88S10 out of Omega, Georgia. Going up against Bob Hodgson over here in the Budweiser lane, 681 to dial in for the 90 model Chevy pickup truck out of Lake Butler. All right, we got a clean green light start. Looks like 15,000 separating the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Hamby getting the win line here as he goes dead on two, picks up the win there. As Hodgson goes out with a 682 on his 681. 15 ten-thousandths of a second was the difference at the finish line. That's going to bring up Bill Green next, 604 the dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Ocala. And Mike Gaffney over here in the Budweiser lane, 726 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He's from Wildwood. Okay, we got a clean green light start. 19 fouls separate the two in the starting line. And then here we go, the stripe. It's Gaffney getting the win light here as he goes dead on three, picks up the win as Green breaks out by 2,000ths. All right, now we go to our semifinals of the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. And we're going to have John Connick over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 726 is going to be the dial in. Going against Glenn Newmans over here in the Budweiser lane. 647 is the dial in for Newmans in the S10 out of Alachua. Okay, John Connick's going to get the win here on a double red light start. And he had the better of the two red lights, so he's going to be moving on into the final round. And he'll be running against either Trey Bunner, over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 483 is going to be the dial in for the dragster. Or Ron Schaefer at the Budweiser lane. 628 is going to be the dial in for the 87 Mustang. Okay, red light start there for Trey Butter. Gonna give Ron Schaefer the automatic win light. And he goes 6:33 on his 6:28. All right, so that puts us down into the finals in all three of our remaining classes. So drivers, cool them and fuel them. Let's get them back in the lanes and let's get this thing wrapped up. need my Super Pro and Sportsman finalists to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro and Sportsman finalists. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down.
All right, so the cars are cooling down right this second, getting ready for the final round of eliminations. And Super Pro, and Sportsman. Just bear with us, and we'll be back to racing action soon. I'd like to thank our sponsors, Team GRE, Goolsby Racing Enterprises, right here in Gainesville, Florida. Hey, if you need something wrapped, need some signs made, they even do T-shirts. You need some lettering for your storefront, Tim Goolsby and a crew at Goolsby Racing Enterprises can make it happen. Give them a call at 352-870-7258. Also, don't forget on-the-spot lawn maintenance. That's right. Your grass is probably growing pretty rapidly here with all this rain that we've been getting. So if you need a quote or you just want them to come on out and mow your lawn, give them a call at 904-966-1633. Don't forget about our sister station, On the Spot with David Rogers, comes on Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern Time as they talk politics and everything happening, and also news around the region. Coming up in October on the 27th and 28th is the 8th annual 352 shootout. Right here at Gainesville Raceway, there's going to be several classes to be contested, and they're also going to have a car show. So if you're coming in to watch the race and you got a nice, decent car, hey, might as well show it.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
All right, here we go to our sportsman final round. Bart Van Gillian's going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Nathan Weddham's going to be the dial in for the 94 Corvette. He's out of Melrose, Florida. Going to get Dallas Berger over here in the Budweiser lane. 776 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Nova out of Sumter, Georgia. All right, clean green light starts in both lanes. And the win light's going to come off of Bart Van Gillian, 813 on an 811 dial in. He gets the win light there as Dallas Berger goes out with a 780 on his 776. Bart a little better on the Christmas tree as well as he was 025 to an 042 for Dallas. All right, once again, looking for Pro and Super Pro finalists in the lanes. Pro and Super Pro, hit you in the lanes if you're not already there. Pro Eliminator, Pro Eliminator, need my finalists to the lanes. Pro Eliminator, need the finalists to the lanes. Come on down. All right, just on the pits, there's going to be a practice street race tonight under the pavilion at 9 o'clock. So if you want to come over and participate in the practice street race over here this evening at the end of the pavilion at 9 o'clock. All right, here we go with our Super Pro finalists, our Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro finals going on now. Right now, we're going to have Ron Schaefer over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's out of St. Augustine, Florida. It's a 1987 Ford Mustang. It's got a 629 dialed in. He'll be running against John Connick. Connick's out of Ocala driving the Chevy Monza. He's got 727 dialed in on the car. The Pro Eliminator finalists to the lanes. Pro Eliminator finalists need you in the lanes. Red line start there for Connick's going to give Ron Schaefer the automatic win. Schaefer will be your Super Pro winner here this evening. He goes 630 on that 629. He was 016. Gaffney over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 726 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. And here we go up against Gavin Hamby out of Omega, Georgia. 659 the dial in for the 88 S10 pickup truck. He'll run over here into Budweiser Lane. All right, we got green light starts in both lanes. And here we go, the stripe in your wet light's going to come on in there for Gavin Hamby. He goes 661 on a 659 dial in with a perfect reaction time. Gaffney dead on one. Cannot get the win light. He's 049 on the tree. Gavin Hamby picks up the win. All right, looks like we got a few test attendance to do with some junior dragsters. Other than that, the racing action is over for the evening. Want to remind everybody that tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock there will be an RFC chapel service on the 3rd floor of the tower. That's going to be at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So, don't get the sleep out of your eyes in the morning and get the alcohol off your breath. You can come up to the chapel service tomorrow morning at 8. Once again, there is going to be the practice tree race going on over here underneath the pavilion. That's supposed to get started here in about 15 minutes. So y'all ease on over there, have a good time. Don't consume too much. So with that, that will wrap things up for us here at the Gainesville Raceway. We want to appreciate everybody coming out here with us. Starting again in the morning. Just travel first of the day, and I'm still probably going to get things going until around 9 and get her to sure, but that's the time to get early as far as possible. So, ready to go.